And we are back. Here we go again. Bum, 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 bum. Check a couple things. Whole lot of nothing going on with my email, of course. Two more matches and I'll be done. You saw that, huh? Yep, that statement didn't end well. My first loss today was my fault, big time. Second loss today was like kind of like sort of my fault, sort of not my fault. Um, but I think I got like 1 or 2 wins in, something like that. But I think overall, I think I broke even on LP for the most part. I think, what was that count at? That was like my Giga Losers Queue account, it feels like. 36 LP, yeah. Maybe I came out on top a little bit. I had a little bit of a win streak, four wins there, and then 2 losses. And I really screwed up on that game versus Kane. I like threw the whole game at a stupid scuttle contest. All right, we are here. We are doing warrior animations. I already have this up. All right, so we have the auto attack here. And then we have the pull is done. So these 2 buttons here. Let me look at this. So on R1, we use this. Let my headphones on here. Okay. Shift. So let's look at shield or buff type of things. Players, classes. So we have shield, defense. The one I'm going to keep that current animation for the last one. So shield block is going to be different. And I think it's arm resist magic or something. Magic defense is also going to be different. So let's look at Terra for one. Actually, I can use that. I can use it as a buff. Actually, that'd be good for. Let's do this. Create montage. This is going to be good for protect ally. And so we're going to cut out once he hits the ground. It's like dot 2. Yeah, that's an awesome protect allies spell. And I can actually split this up. So I guess I'll start with let's just start with the single target version. So let's go 1.09. All right. We need 3 of these. So this is going to end at like 1.6. It starts at 1.6. Maybe 1.55. And we will play rate like .5. It's going to be like 2. Not even. Okay, and then this is 1.75. This can end at like 2.5. I don't need the full thing. Maybe not. Yeah, end at 2. I don't know. Maybe not. All right, let's roll with it. We'll just leave it like that. I'm going to speed this up a tiny bit. I think that's what I'm going to do. I think I need to hold this a little bit. Let's test it first. So we're going to protect ally. And I think I'm going to put I need a cast time on this, so even if it's kind of short, maybe this goes a little slower. try 1 second. And make sure there's no delay. Drink my coffee. All right, so protect ally is, I think, R3. Yeah, that was great. And let's change the input lock to like just one. Like that. Yep, that one's good. And then we can actually use the same animation. It's going to duplicate this. Protect allies. And now we're going to bring back the start of this. So far, game dev is only costing $100 a month. That's not bad, yeah. All right, so this one has to be like normal play rate. But get the touching the ground. Need to buy assets, but I haven't gotten into the play fab yet. Yeah. PlayFab's one option. I forget like what Steam offers. Like, does Steam offer dedicated servers? I don't think so, right? You still have to use an outside provider. Then integrate it into like Steamworks and stuff. And I know you can still use Steam on PlayFab. That's like not an issue, but. Let's think here. I have to go check something. BRB. I'm back. Oh yeah. So PlayFab, yeah. Uh, there's Fab and there's PlayFab, right? Fab is on Epic Games' um, marketplace for game asset, and then PlayFab is my dedicated server service that Microsoft owns. I didn't think about that. That's kind of funny. Yeah. Yeah, that definitely threw me. I don't quite like that for um, protect allies. I don't think it's differentiated enough. So I'll keep looking. Oh, hold on. My am I not? I gotta be using the protect ally crit. Allies. 2-second cast time. Lock of 2 seconds. $80 per character pack, yeah. Oh, did I change the wrong one? Nope. Hmm. Not enough oomph for that. So no. What may they be? Our intro. Okay, use that. I don't know what I could use that for. This I can use for the other buff. Okay. Montage. We're going to do protect allies. I'm going to start at maybe 2. Just see how that looks. Okay. Then we just put a buff explosion at the end or something for now. Appearance. Going to take any of these. Going to duplicate. That's pretty much good. This one's going to be protect allies. Make some small modifications to be a bit more worry-y. Dodecahedron, something like that. And then we're not going to scale the mesh size. We will go blue. That's more protection spell type thing. And then scale mesh size. Let's give it a shot. Okay, look cool. The size is off now, dramatically. Let's go. Let me check if this is working. Okay, so it's not even close to that size. Let's quickly take off. I already have it. I don't even have it on crit reset, so I can just also okay. Hmm. Thinking if this gives enough readability here. think all I need is maybe some spell effects here. Hmm. Okay. And then this guy, mesh render. I think the scale has to be almost like 4 times. And let's do a custom shape here too. Let's try. I'm going to duplicate this guy. Um, Duplicate, and then this is 3, but protection. I'm going to place this over here. Hit save, check out. So this thing is like super tiny. And so what we're going to do is model. Accept. And I can go even more. And then we're going to polygroup edit. Only select, oh, we have to deconstruct it. Where is it? Faces, decompose. Accept. And then we only want like this. Cannot delete the section. What? Oh. Why am I selected on that? It's faces I need. Now we're going to select all of these bottom ones. And put to the same Z value. That's fine. That's much more, you know, warrior protection-y shell thing. I think the size kind of crazy. I bet, yeah. There we go. Oops. And now it's like gigantic. Does that actually match the size right now? That's the question. Not even close. Let's try like 3 on the X there, XY, and we'll keep the Z small. Ooh, yeah, I kind of like that. Location's going to be like -115. And then I think this needs to be a slightly smaller, .5. That was pretty close. Yeah, that's pretty good. And then I need to check the height. So I don't think I need to go too far down. Maybe I don't need to go this far here. So let's do action owner socket. We'll do socket root, so it's on the ground. Let's make sure it's doing it. Yeah, right on the ground. And I'm going to make the height even lower, like 0.5. There we go. And maybe we get some sound here. Okay. Let me pull up, I guess, shield block. Yikes. Make it stop. I might be able to work with this. Duplicate, detect allies. Let's try some modulator stuff here. So first off, make sure all these are in here. Let's try like 0.5, 0.6. And I guess we'll put this not here. We're going to put this on the ability itself. And the volume, we're going to do like 0.1. And let's just see how that sounds. was funny. I was randomly swinging a broom around because my daughter with special needs, she hates black flies. So I was trying to be on guard for a fly in the house. So I grabbed this one broom, and the broom itself has like these kind of very spaced out bristles. And so as I started swinging around, I'm like, holy crap, this thing makes like the best whoosh sounds ever. And so I'm probably going to do a recording of whoosh sounds with the broom. Let's do something a little different. So, protect allies. We're not scaling the mesh. The color, we're going to set a lifetime of maybe like 5 seconds. All right, can I make this the actual shape I want, maybe? I think these guys down here can all go up. It's a pizza pie. I'm kind of wanting it to be like polygonish, like it's almost like a Final Fantasy-ish, protection spell. Let's see how that looks. And then I'll have to do, let's put this back to like 1. I think I need to now increase the size or lower the height. Yeah, not bad. I'm sold. Good enough. And then what we can do on so protect allies. Oh, we'll go for where's the so this guy. We're going to duplicate again. This is going to be protect ally. And we're going to use the standard one, which was 03, I think. And this one, we'll bump the scale up here a little bit. I think it was like 40. Compile, save. Protect ally. Then we need the seam sound effect. But once again, .1. And we'll like modify the pitch slightly a bit, like .6. Cool. It's a little big. We'll do, this is protect ally, right? Can do like half the size. I love it. Very, very Final Fantasy, you know? And it's very, very readable, which is the key part here. And so on the protect ally one, we need one last thing. Just some sort of like lead up sound. One second, T. That's too much of a, not what I want. Man, why are Unreal sounds so loud right now? That's kind of what I'm looking for. Um, oh wait, this is not the one I want. This is... I have to AFK after I test this real quick. I think I need a bit more of a dramatic end. So let's go. Um, I'm realizing. Um, if I mess with my volume levels of Unreal, I'm actually not getting accurate volume levels. Alright, I gotta be AFK a sec. I'm back. Alright, let's just try this again. So over here, 4. Oops. Alright, timing needs to be figured out here. It is a so-called oh shit button, so maybe make this 4. And then I'll see if that works. What does that look like? I might need a little bit of after draw there, but or follow through animation. Okay, I can slow it down more. That's not too bad. Just a little bit jank there with I wonder how I can smooth this out. It's actually, it's pretty not noticeable. And we're going to actually hold. So we're going to go time end like 1.5. That's 7.5. And we're going to hold this a little bit. Cast time would hit at as a 2-second cast. Maybe I'll try 2.5. Alright, cast time's a little bit long. I think we're good. Alright, I'm gonna call that done. So without the debug stuff on. I don't know if it's smooth enough for my liking. I'm not too noticeable of it. I think it's fine. I need not worry about it too much. Just move on. It's something unique. It's there. Yeah, I'm gonna move on. That one's done. Those two are done. Alright, so fortify, so protect ally. Good. We have both VFX, SFX, and animation. I do need to go to my my auto attack. And add in the whoosh. I think this is the right whoosh, right? Yeah. Then we go auto, war. That's right. Okay. not do the sound volume stuff. I'm pretty sure dot one. Dot one. And I can do like the swoosh a little higher maybe. It doesn't change it. Okay. Okay. And now on protect allies. Needs to critical hit reset. And I think on auto attacks. Hey Jestra, how you doing? I am do you see the new effect? Is that what the WoW is? Yeah. So it's this is that warrior health redirect. And so I tried to do this almost like Final Fantasy Shell inspired look of an ability. So it's kind of like that protection spell, and then everything in the area, all their like their I think it's like 40 or 50% damage for the big one gets redirected to you type thing. And then you saw the other one was the single target. That's the single target one. So their damage comes to you. Yeah. And you can see like I'm using a little bit of the same animations to like really kind of sell the fact that one's a crit and one's a not a crit. Tempting. Alright, so those are set up. And now Fortify is pretty much done. It just kind of needs a spell effect. I can delete this thing. Let's go to Fortify. And I actually can double up on that thing I just made. I I can actually just do add Niagara, and when I'm fortifying, we're gonna do socket. I think it just automatically does here. What did I do? Protect ally, or okay, I need to pull up the ability now. Every addition is increased with ruins withdrawal. With ruin withdrawals. Nice. That's what we want to see. We want to get people excited. Let's see here. Once you get all the skills, when you get all the skills done, we're going to want bigger, better boss. That's honestly, that's actually, uh, that's probably my next thing to do. Once the classes are done, then what do you do with classes? You need to have motivation to get loot and stuff. And so that's probably between getting more bosses implemented and more unique loot implemented, which leads to like crafting recipes to combine loot together to get better loot. And then like Chronicle registry rewards for per classes. And that could start getting into now you have more than 8 abilities. You have choices to make. And then after that is like talent, skill, progression stuff, and UIs for slotting in and out abilities and things. Protect ally. I need the base and the skill here. Why didn't that show up? I totally typed that in. Why? Oh, that's why. Think. Okay, too big. Let's scale to 0.5. Maybe socket core. There we go. We can keep going smaller a little bit. Tiny bit bigger. And on this one, we're going to be a bit more transparent. So we'll duplicate this and change it to not protect ally. It's going to be fortify. Color. We're going to take this is going to be like .6. Yeah, and then we're going to spam it. We need a bunch of tracks. Copy. It's only a 10-second ability. So and we can change the lifetime on this one to a little bit lower, like 2. And and set this. Actually, we'll set this to 3. And then this guy, we'll do it every 2 seconds. And actually not 1 at 10. Wait for the preview to fade. And then the ability ends. And now just a little bit of a VFX. I need something small. Or sound effects, I should say. It's going to be, I'm going to have to modify the sound effect. This could be something. Pitch, like .3. No. 2. Nah. Nah. Definitely not. What's that sound like? That sounds terrible. Ooh. What does that sound like when it's low? Oh, my ears. That's kind of interesting. I would need these here. Oops. I need to do every second. Alright, let's change the order here. So this goes here. I hate doing stuff like this. This drives me kind of crazy. Like on the same row. I hate the layout of this stuff. So yeah, I'm gonna need 20 tracks. I don't know if there's a performance degrade at all with that, but this is 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. And there's no 10. So this is 0, 1, and I don't think I'll need those. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 8, and one more, 9. So even though it's a little bit annoying looking at it in this perspective, it is a 5 or 10 second cooldown. So it's supposed to be a little bit more expressive, theatrical, because it's not something that's going to be spammed. And so I believe this is 4-2. So it's like a 40 to 80% damage reduction, but you can't move. Once you move, it stops playing. I can reduce the volume still, though, I think, on all these. We'll go to like .05. I can't mask select these, I don't think. Oh, I can. I can't paste though. Interesting. That's not useful at all. Bum, 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 bum. Yeah, I think it's pretty cool. I'm done with that. And then the crit version, we will do pretty much the same thing. We're going to duplicate this, make it the crit. But we're going to take this fortify, duplicate this as fortify crit. And then we're going to change the mesh to something else. Some random, maybe like a diamond thing. This is montage crit. Fortify crit. And then we're going to change the color to maybe just a brighter blue, maybe. Like blue purple or something. And then on this is the crit one, right? This is the crit one. We're going to do a pitch modifier of like 0.75. Two. Let's make that color maybe a bit more pronounced. 0.8. Alright, so let's just update all these. Okay. Not too satisfied with the shape. This is, let me close this one so I don't change it by accident, which I think I already did.
I didn't. Oh, maybe I did. I totally think I did change the wrong one. That's supposed to be there. Color. And then I think I also changed that. This is supposed to be more like .5 on this one. And then over here. What's some random shapes I have here? Maybe. No. Even if I turned it the right way. Not a fan. Let me duplicate this thing. Fortify. I'm going to take this texture off, I think. Yeah, they're getting better colors. Like maybe flatter, rotated the right direction, the cone. You don't have a standard one for block? What, like a VFX? Alright, so now this can go much more transparent. Like .5. Because some of the colors are coming through better. Oops, I don't need to do that. I think we're getting too much color rotations. Let's make the lifetime a little shorter. Yeah, so there's the difference between the two. And I have to make the sound just a tiny bit different on this one somehow. And so I want it to feel like a, you know, almost like a Final Fantasy shell spell. So that's why I'm going with like the weird shape. And let's duplicate this one. It's going to be fortify crit. Oh, and even on the first one, this one, fortify. Put that back to what it was. Fortify. Get this set and this set. Save all. Make sure the other one's set as well. And then update both of these. Oh, maybe I just do that. And then this one is going to be fortify crit. This is like one of those things I'm trying to always make sure that as a player you feel the difference between a non-crit ability and a crit ability. And so you're actively saying, even if you're like just learning, you're like, oh wow, I press this thing and it's different than it was before. Why is that? And you start kind of like thinking about what's going on. Use the wrong one. That's also using the wrong ability. Crit. There we go. And again, it's an oh shit button. It's like, it's meant to be a little bit obnoxious because then your team knows what's going on, right?
And with the 5 to 10 minute cooldown, you're not going to be hearing that pulsing noise all the time. It's meant to tell the clerics of, hey, I'm using this ability. I have 80% less damage taken while this thing's going. Um, you know, heal me if you need to heal me. I'm not going to die. Yada yada yada. Um, so it's like, player telegraphing what's going on, and then the difference between, as players learn the game, they're going to know the difference between a circle, blue fortify, and a, colored, more diamond shaped fortify. And like that diamond one is, arguably better looking. Yeah, that would be cool, for sure. I just don't want to I don't want to hang on too long to one ability. And this is like a good foot in the right direction. And so that's like, phase 2 of VFX work and stuff. And so I'm trying to like stick to phase 1 for the most part. And that one just looks cooler, So it's more pretty, more rich in color, more vibrant. I think I can actually make the first one, it's a little bit more transparent. Just a little bit more. What about base? Alright, so here's the basic one. And now, there we go. Yeah, 2 down. Put a sticker on it. It's done. Goodbye. So Enrage is almost done as an ability. Technically, I guess Surge of Endurance is the last one for 4. I should just do that. So a button is done in checkbox terms. So I have Protect Ally as number 3. So the only thing left is that's a Surge of, gives you back stamina. Window, that's a browser. Alright, so let's try Greystone. What has he got? I might not be using right now. So I could use that for something else. That's the big leap attack.
probably use that for something. But right now it might look too cheesy. So I could reuse this. I'm using this for the Marauder. I'm trying to not... Perfect animation. I could get a clip of this somewhere. Maybe. We'll start. What we got here? That can be used for something. And that is the sword hand. Let's try that. This is going to be a surge of endurance. So we're going to start at like 2.85. Let's get 3 of these in for timing. So 2.85 to about, so it goes to 3. Start this at 3. And then the end is around there, so 0.55, so 3.55. And then 3.55 here. So now we can change the timing, so slow it down a little, like 0.6. And speed this part up a little, 0.2. It's too fast, 1.5. This could probably be slowed down even more. That's still too fast. 1.25. All right, I'm going to go check my food. One sec. Okay. Yeah, that's looking pretty good so far. This is going to be a little bit of a cast time. It's going to be what? About a 1 second cast time. And then we'll input lock for 1 second. And we'll start with that. All right, this is 4. So R14. Boom. It's not too bad. So if I'm pushing forward, oh, maybe I don't do a cast time on this one. Burp, 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 0. We just do input lock. So I'm like holding A right now. Even some sword action, I know. So it's like getting it. It's like it fits the ability a little bit, right? Like it's a big stamina regain. So if I use a bunch of spells here, and so now R1, hit 4, and standard regen comes up. So it kind of fits the ability, like, hey, I'm getting some energy back. I'm ready for battle. I like that. I'm sold. Works. Close enough. Plus, it's like, again, when you're dealing with like Paragon animations, right? That people now, Paragon animations aren't known as well as like some of the Mixamo animations and stuff. And especially when you do this type of stuff where you're like really playing with timing, um, a lot of people would never use that level start animation. And so like getting some value out of an animation that's just not used anywhere is really, really good. And so like this level start animation being actually appropriate, um, actually usable is really good. And now let's just throw on Niagara Powerful. We're going to do cast VFX, I think. That's not damage. What did I think I just made blue, right? What was blue? What did I do with blue? Oh, I need to do socket. I need to do the hands. Right hand VFX. Yeah, technically it's the warrior, so I can just do 2 of these. Copy, paste, and left hand FX. Start around here. I could do not left hand and then do right hand. Raise the Z value slightly, like 50, and it goes over the sword. Let's do a couple of these. Technically, the better way to do this is duplicate this and make this a sword. And then I do a cylinder location or shape location, cylinder, and radius 50, height, maybe even less radius, make it more on the sword, like 20. This is the proper way to do it. Location offset, maybe up 50. Technically, location, I think 0 would get it to look right. There we go. And then we can probably do a little bit of flare on the other hand as well. The normal one. Yeah, it's pretty cool. And actually, I could totally let's duplicate this again. Let's try shield. And then we'll do maybe like a squarish shape box. Size 20 by 20. No. We're gonna have to just play with this. Might be 20 by like 50. That's the shield. And then this guy needs to put on the shield, actually. Shield. Actually, I need the midpoint to be 0.5 this time on the shield. Okay, if I rotate this 90 on one of these, does it fix it? That's pretty close. Let's see, let's test it. Not quite. Maybe we 90. I think that's closer. I might not be able to do this how I want it. Close. Oh, come on. I don't know why I'm not just doing this. And then this. And then on here. Like, let's do like 65. Oh, that's pretty spot on. And then we can adjust the shield slightly bigger on whatever the long way is, like 60. Box midpoints, bring it down a little. Thin out the box a bit more. I think .65. Maybe if I do .3 here, what happens? Okay, that's offsetting it now. .4. Maybe a little bit bigger. And then I wonder if this, if I do 1, does it put it more in the front? Yeah, it's getting more in the front now. Not behind it, which is what you want. Could make it a little more dense too. Let's try like 350. Yeah, I like that. And on the sword, we'll also make it more dense, 350. And then maybe a little bit tighter. Oh, and the rotation on that one's slightly off compared to the sword. So let's try this one, like 12. Is the right rotation? So much of this is just trial and error. To make it look right. Alright, let's try, let me work on one axis at a time. So if we do 0, it's there. If we do 90, where does it go? Over there. 45. 22.5. Divide that by 2 again. So maybe we just need that one at 0. And then let's try 90 here. This one doesn't look like it's doing it. It's rotating along the middle, so it's not that one. 90 here. We got 5. 45. Negative 45. 2. Almost there. Divide by 2. So close. There we go. That's probably good enough. Yeah. I'm going to say winner. And then we, now the next part is the sound. Back to making my ears bleed as I think about how to make a decent sound effect here. I could pull from, I could actually do, if I wanted to, instead of doing an actual sound, I can pull like a gray stone, like just yelp.
Defend! I haven't the mana. Alas, I cannot. Half a moment. Fly! Arrogant fools! The light is with. Last charge.
But I don't want to get in that, like, some people might be a female warrior. Yeah. If I had the system set up, I do have a gender system, but I don't have like a system that integrates like change the voice line based on gender. I hate myself because that makes me want to implement it, and then I could use those sounds. Fuck.
it's like it's one of those things that when you're so dependent on marketplace assets, you have to use what you have, and any little edge you get that lets you use assets in an interesting way. Um, yeah. I've done that in the past. I had Castle Day. I did my own voice lines, and so did my wife. And it was a King of the Hill game. And I don't know if I ever showed you this, but let me go show you this real quick. Um, so what started was one of our major pivot points in our careers was starting the game jam in the Epic Mega Jam in 2018, and we were still, again, this goes to like I've always been trying to do multiplayer ever since I started my career, and let me see, I need to put the volume on. Um, so this is our game jam we did that started Castle Day and led to creating Vertical Third. And so it was a 5-day game jam. And so on the bottom is gameDEVbeauty building the world out, and on the top is we did it like a dual stream. And on the top is me coding and implementing mechanics. Obviously, it'll go to gameplay here in a second, but 5 days summed up into, and so here we're doing the abilities, and then we're like recording voice lines. There it is. There's recording voice lines. So it's a King of the Hill game. So whoever gets the golden pot first becomes royalty. And then it becomes almost like an Overwatch overtime at the top, and you have to stay on top, and you get to boot people off. And then everyone has to team up against you. And see, you kind of punt people off the hill, you know. And then the big part, the funny part of this is you have a stun as the royalty, and it's called cringe. And so you let off cringy dad jokes, and it stuns everyone. So Stark Gaming's our OG company. This is like this. This is my first time doing uh, first time doing combat. So it's like it was in the time of asymmetrical games too, and so there's a lot of stuff. What were some of the lines of like? God, I can't remember the lines. I love seafood. When I see food, I eat food. Those type of things. Why was the pig in the kitchen? 'Cause he was baking a pie. Rip boiling water. It will surely be missed. That's better than LOL, yeah. It actually makes me like with the fad of friend slap games. It makes me wonder. See, the problem we had was we ended up over like friend swap wasn't really around yet then, obviously. And we started to over design. That's what really happened. Because we couldn't figure out the depth to the game. And this is our Start Gaming channel. If you want to check it out, we have some of our. If you watch the Unreal Engine live streams at all, I don't know if you do that, but you'll see a bunch of our past history. I was like on the first 5 minutes of the Unreal stream. But then we moved into this version, which we're trying to add depth to it. And so it's like you gotta work for instead of just grabbing the pot, you gotta work to become the royalty. You have to like collect orbs and like push people around in order to get your orbs. You gotta kill monsters, and then you become royalty, and you gotta defend crystals. And then we felt like it still wasn't working, and so we just started to build more and more. And we got to version 3.0, which is basically like the first day of an MMO launch in a match-based session, for like a 30-minute match-based session. And obviously, like that's when we were starting to really build Vertical Third in that Castle Day 3.0. But yeah, it's still an idea of I'm thinking about rebuilding basically as like a friend swap game, pretty much. It gets old quick, you know, when all you're doing is trying to get to the top and then push the guy off. It kind of gets old, and so like how do you make it more replayable? And we couldn't figure that replayable part out. Okay, so I'm kind of interested in doing this. Okay, add notify. We're going to do new notify. It's going to be voice line. And oh shoot, I don't have anything that says gender, I don't think. And there's no way right now. Okay, I can't do this, I don't think. I don't think I have a... Yeah, again, it's all worthwhile because it's like when we were building Castle Day 3.0, that's where we learned. That's where what taught me how to make all my game architecture stuff and thinking things through, learning about optimization, learning about combat, tools, all these different things. Okay, so out of the Paragon characters, I wonder if there's any of them that sound non-binary. Not enough energy. Oh, there's non-binary right there, right?
I can't.
Muriel.
I know the way. Together there is hope. Sister!
Seraph.
Excellent. Let's forge ahead.
That's
Not
kinda
you.
non-binary.
You were right to fear me. No one could sleep with that sound.
That's not bad.
Save. I shall hold your still. I do not relish.
Where's the
I will bloody my mace. Not you.
Where's the battle screams?
Wealth.
That's death. There's effort swing. Interesting. Okay, this is not too bad. I could assign a gender based on the current skins. Male, female, non-binary, and then it would play a grunt line from either of those. Let's try it. I kind of hate myself for this, but whatever. And I think we have gender set here. Set gender. Promote. And let's see if it's actually getting set. It probably does in master player. I know I'd have it disabled mostly. Gender. Set. Okay, it's where do we use this anywhere? Okay, it's not being set anywhere right now. And so when this gets set, we don't need this anymore. We just get this, get anim instance, and we don't need this on the server, which has authority, because it's just for voice lines. Get anim instance, and we're going to do set gender. And oh, the wrong one. Set gender, animation blueprint. And this is going to be gender. And then on the animation graph, whenever a voice line is triggered, we're going to play sound at location. Which is going to get owner, owning actor, get actor location, play it here. Make sure it's got concurrency. Concurrency we don't care about. Attenuation we do. Volume multiplier we'll do .1. And then the sound, we're going to get the gender thing, switch. And the sound we play. We're going to have promote that to a variable. And this is going to be an array. This is going to be voice line female, voice line male, binary. Get. We're going to do random.
Save. And then the next thing is choosing some of these. So let's go Paragon. Let's look at Aurora. Because we might make a few different sets. Effort. Is it effort? Okay, so this one's already got a bunch set up. So let's just take that. We'll do actually voice line female or Aurora. Because when we set gender, we will do like a random let's just do a switch. Gender, let's like duplicate. ID, integer, random. We'll say 0 to like 3. Oh, I guess we don't even need that technically. Oh yeah, it's because I will need that. Just in case I end up not having 3 of each. Male. Non-binary. But we set the gender and then we're like setting a random just for a little bit of variance between people. I go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. All right. Okay, so, and then on these, we take the gender ID, and then we switch on that int. To what to choose from. I'm sure we have 3 females here. I could probably simplify this. Let's do voice line active, and then Yeah, let's do voice line active. Then we only need one of these. Let me put this here. And then we're just setting the active voice line to yeah, like custom event voice line. We do that over here. Actually, yeah, so we can just do, we can make this much simpler. So this becomes here, voice line. We don't need that. Then down here, when we set this, we're going to switch. Just make sure nothing's happening here, but switch int 2, 3. And we're going to set this to like female Aurora. We'll do, what are my other ones? Muriel, or not Muriel, we'll do Yin and Zinx. What does Zinx sound like? Okay. Zinx and then Yin. I don't even think right now, because Paragon already has these, I don't even need an array. I guess just we'll do the array, whatever. And then Yin. And this is just one of, for now, effort, Yin, attack. Effort, Zinx, attack. Effort, Aurora, attack. And then male is next. This is actually 0 to 2, not 0 to 1. And what are the male ones? We have Gideon, Greystone. We're just doing Gideon and Greystone. That's all we're doing. So this one's going to be 1 to 2, 0 to 1 for now. Remove that execution pin. Duplicate. Gideon. And Greystone. attack, effort, greystone. Attack, effort, kitty on. And then this is non-binary, and this is just, I think, 1 right now. So we're just setting it to 0. Which Zinx was kind of... Maybe I'll do that. Remove. Put you in there. 0 to 1. And then Zinx will also be non-binary, at least for now. And then Seraph. And this is Yin. Okay, so gender set comes true, which I have to set up. We randomize an ID, and then based on the ID, we set different voice line arrays. And then every time the the voice line plays, it'll do an effort scream, which is from the voice line array, which right now is just 1, but each voice line sound cue currently has different sound effects.
Cha! Nah! Ha!
Oh, that one only has 2. No, 3. Alright, that's good enough for now. Because I don't know how many times we're even going to use this, but now I need to go over to the master and then mesh. Where do we set this? I think this might be in the child blueprints. No, it's got to be in the character, I think, right? Or the controller. Because that's where I get all the... the mesh. Okay, set race. I think is what I'm using right now. Which goes to the player. Set race. Okay, so this is no longer random. This is the list here. And so we're going to go into here, and then based on okay, I'm going to use, oh yeah, so based on this index, we're going to set gender. And we need to like go through this list. We'll do, we'll just do this kind of cheesy. Actually, we'll just make a function. Collapse this to function. Set gender voice line for now. So I identify it. We're going to have an index. Mesh index. And then we're going to go in here. Space this for a sec. Alright, so I need to identify which ones are what. Just pull up a little notepad here. I'll just do a new one. Because I'm going to delete it after. So we have female, male, and non-binary. So first one, 0 is male, female, 2, I guess. Why do I see 2 of these? These aren't the options presented to player. So this is the wrong list. Okay, is it the MMO player character? Skeletal mesh asset? No. Is it the archer? Maybe that's correct. For some reason I have the goblin twice. But I don't ever remember seeing that before. Let me see if I can just bring up the character select.
Okay. Somehow there's 2. And I don't know why. I had never noticed that before. Weird. So male is 0. 1 is female. 2 is female. 3 is female for whatever reason. 4 is... Oh, wait. Hold on. So 0, male. 1, female. 2, female. 3, female. This is correct. 4, male. 5, male. 6, 7 is female. 8 is male. 9 is female. 10 is technically non-binary, because you don't know who's under there. 11 is male. 12 is... I could technically... Oh, well, he's got a beard. 12... Yeah, I'll just say male, whatever. Male. 13. That's non-binary. 14. 15 non-binary. 16 non-binary. 17. 18. 19. 20. 21. 22. It's male. 23. Female. 24. 25. 27. 8. 9. 30. 'Alright. Got them all marked down. Put this back to none. Save. Back to mechanics testing. And then player master. Yeah. So here we do 3 local variables. It's going to be integers. It's an array. It's be local female, local male, local non-binary. All right, so females, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So 1, 2, 3, 7, 9, 24, 25, 34, 35. Male is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 6, 8, 12, 13, 23, 26, 31, 32, 33.
Okay. This is contain this, if it's true. We set female. Let's get mesh index. If it's true here, we set male. And if it's not there, then technically we just set non-binary. All right, we're setting the random mesh, and this index is coming from the cloud, from the player controller, based on what you chose. And then it comes through, checks for your index in each of these arrays, and sets it appropriately. When it sets, it's replicated on rep notify, which then sets the gender on the actual animation blueprint, which comes through here, set gender, and then we just randomize. This one has to be 0 to 1, 0 to 1, 0 to 1, and so we go back and forth between whatever. And so now that should work. And so when I do gray, and then over here on the actual Greystone thing now.
James walking home.
Walking home. Does she want to?
Yeah.
Okay. Key, yeah. All right, this guy can be deleted. My test notes here. So now this should actually work. Hit play. And this character is male, so it should be male line. Voice line. Did I set this too low? Let me do this. Add breakpoint. Am I in the wrong animation? Maybe I have to turn that off. The next season control. Why is this not triggering? Hmm. Pretty sure it's playing. Um. Someone explain this to me. Like, I rarely have things not work once I get notify. Um. What? I don't know. I don't think I'm getting an error. Okay. The client said hello. So the debug's not working. So it's playing this. And then print. Let me make sure I'm maybe getting here. Okay, so something's not setting gender. Why is that? Oh, I'm a dork. I do this every time. Every damn time. Where is it? Oh, I didn't do it this time. What in the tar nations? Maybe I just do a delay on this. Is that why? Maybe the the mesh anim instance is not ready yet. So this part is working. It just doesn't have anything set yet. And so over here, oh, okay. So the default is male. That's why. It's not detecting a change, so it's not putting the update out. So let me do let me go to vertical third. I need to add a gender enumeration. I need to add a not set. And then the default to this is not set. And then we force a set. Because you have to remember, the server only updates clients if there's a change. So if the default is male, and then it actually figured out that the mesh I was using was male and set it to male, it detected no change and didn't change anything, so the rep notify would never fire, and so now it should fire. And I'll just leave that there just to verify. And there it is. There we go. And we can actually move that now a little bit before here. Okay. And we'll make sure to lower the volume a bit more still. Maybe not. Let's do like .4. And now I'm going to pull up my playfab character. And I'll change the gender. Okay, race is 32. Let's go. I think 1 is female, I believe. So restart. Now we're female. And we got changing based on mesh. And then lastly, event. What is the non-binary? We'll go 20. Race 20. There it is. There's non-binary now. Alright, I'm pretty satisfied with that. I know there's another little random off thing, but I'll put that in my system work stuff. Patch notes. A lot of patch notes this month. Where is my current one? There we go. System work. Voice line support for animations that include female, male, and or that change based on skin model. Alright, I'm going to go back to the other character there. I think it was like 32 or something. Yeah, 32. Okay. Bum, 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 bum.
Ha! Cha!
Yeah, it adds something. There's value there in just like a instead of a and now we're layering sound effects too. So now we can maybe do some other sound effect with it that's I'm gonna leave it just as the voice line. That's all I'm gonna do. Sometimes you just gotta go basic. Alright, close all this shit. And now I need the bigger the crit version of this. So duplicate crit. And now we'll give these a different color. Endurance, crit. We'll try and go like more gold or something. we'll slow this down a little more. 0.15. Maybe even more than that. Okay, that's too much. 0.1. 0.2. And slow this one down. Like 0.8. And then we'll make them more, we'll like go to 500 to make them like more apparent. This one. I got to the timing again. Why do I feel like there's green coming after that? Guess not. Wrong one. I still didn't fix the voice line. And maybe we'll do I think that's probably fine. I can move on. I have 4 other classes to get done. I swear that's turning to green. Why is it turning to green? Like there's no green here. have just a different effect on that I don't realize? I do. The ribbons. I don't think I need it on. Yeah, I don't need those on. And then we'll make the crit ones last longer too. Let's take their lifetime and put it to like 2 to 3 or 3 to 4. Actually, they should just last the entire duration of the effect. I'm just realizing that. And that would be pretty cool. Shield crit, all these. They should all just last 10 seconds. We'll do like 9 to 11. Just for a tiny bit of variance between them all. And then you actually, for sure, notice the differences. Because you'll be swinging with some effects on you now. Yeah. To get some glowy effects when you fight. Cool. That's good. I'm happy with that now. Letting them linger the whole duration of the buff elevates it quite a bit. Okay. Surge of Endurance. Done. I hope other classes go faster. Holy shit. I need a BRB a sec.
Yo, Raid, how you doing? How's your stream? What were you working on? So this is Ruins of Tearyn. It's an indie MMO. And it's a two-person team, but we have a background in creating game tech. And so from 2019 to 2022, we created Vertical Third. It's an Unreal Engine game architecture that we sell on Fab. We got 2 mega grants for it, totaling 100K. And we built it in mind of, in the future, one day, building an indie MMO. And so today I'm working on the Warrior class because we have a lot of our systems and stuff fleshed out. We have a whole bunch of content around what we're doing. We actually playtest too. We playtest. I should have had this pinned already, but Ruins of Tearyn. We playtest at the end of the month, and that is our Epic Game Store page, and you can. We'll be playtesting again. We've playtested like 10 times now, right? And so. Next class idea, the village drunk. Yeah, go to drunk kung fu. Bring out the old school Jackie Chan stuff. And we have a few just random things on us, just like a couple links. But this is our YouTube, and then I have on there I have like our tech stack if you're also a game dev. There's our tech stack there for how we're building Ruins of Tearyn. Then we also have our Vertical Third game architecture video, which talks about like what a game architecture is, why it's so good, and why it's helping us build Ruins of Tearyn. But we have 3 core things to our game. We have our rotation ruin system for combat. We have our Registry of Chronicles, and then we have like a map system. So I'm not sure what type of MMOs you guys play, but there's like our inspiration is both EverQuest and WoW, but we do believe in modernized quality of life features. And so the first thing, our direction with combat is obviously tab target. You get two an ally target and an enemy target. And then we have rotation ruins. So on the warrior, as you auto attack, you rotate through different ruins. And I play Warframe, mostly shocking, I know, Warframe Sensei, yeah. And your abilities basically change based on your ruins. And so, and when they turn red, it's a critical ability. So there's no critical, like a % chance for critical strike in the game. You get, you have non-crit abilities and crit abilities. So it really lets me play with a lot of different things. And I have full control of replacing the abilities completely. What this does is, even though you have 8 buttons down here, Z is just your auto attack, there's a potential of 48 abilities just on this bar alone. And so if I'm on R1 and I do Q, it's my standard threat attack, and it has a crit. R1s are nice and efficient, like damage per stamina usage type thing. And now I'm on R2. Now it's a different attack, different animation, and it does a bleed. And then finally on R3, it's going to be like my big damage attack, which is like a double strike, right? But if I keep attacking, now I get a crit, right? And so now my R3, instead of a double attack, it is a big leap attack, so big damage. And so like there's a whole lot of depth, and thank you so much for the follow, by the way. Ginny Kean, and kind of like right now the number 4 is our basically our oh shit button for the warrior, and so let me go to R1. R1's just like a stamina. I just kind of did this, but it's a stamina regen buff. So it's like if you're out of stamina, you can regen a bunch of stamina. And then R2, we have is, which one's this one? It is, oh, it's Fortify. So this is like, you can't move during it, but you get like 80% damage reduction. So it's like an oh shit of, you know, ultra tank stuff. And then finally, R3 is actually, it's a, you can cast it on an ally. It's like a protect. And so now when they take damage, part of that damage is redirected to you. P of me, who's just a constant yes, game mechanics. And so that's the you know, rotation ruin system. So like I have a pull, which can lead into like a knockback. You know, so you're really good at repositioning things. Then I have stagger mechanics in the game. So the warrior applies a bunch of staggers. You have other things. I have a little AoE knockback. You can see like there's just tons of different abilities. That one is a snare. What am I at? E. Okay, that's the knockback there. And then I think E3 is like I think a stun type thing. So boom, stuns them type thing. So there's a lot of things that you can like switch up, and so we're trying to have a slow-paced combat system because we don't want you to button mash abilities, and we want you to be able to chat with your friends and talk and communicate. We also don't want any type of AoE grinding. So if you pull 5 things into the group, 4 of those things have to be crowd controlled, and you're going to like single target DPS them down for the most part, at least. And that goes into a little bit of the Registry of Chronicles, which is our version of like merging an achievement system and questing together. So instead of doing quest hubs, we kind of like are a little bit more on EverQuest sides of that, where we don't like quest hubs. So instead of getting a quest to go kill 10 bears, you just go kill 10 bears, and then you can grab some experience. So fire elementals, I've killed a bunch of, you know, boom, 500 XP. You know. Right now, it's all just experience, but in the future it could be abilities, crafting stuff, loot, items, and the registry is going to be class specific. So if you are a cleric and you go kill, you know, 50 undead, maybe you get the smite undead spell type thing, and that leads into the map system. Or camp system, I should say. And so in EverQuest, the core game loop is like going to different camps, and that's the general idea. We set up camps all around the map. Each camp is the intended in the future is every single one of them has like 3 to 5 bosses at each one, and they all drop unique loot that you can kind of farm and gather, and then those things you collect there. Those loot items can actually craft into more powerful items later on. So you can take your time as you level up, get these items because you're going to need them anyways at higher levels. The cool thing here is we also have a crafting system called Metamorphosis. So as you farm stuff, you get essence, and then you can turn it into crystals, and then those crystals can be used at these different camps to increase the level of monsters. And so all of these are at levels 10 to 14, but you could be a level 15, get 5 crystals, and you can increase the levels of that camp from 15 to 19, right? As the monsters level up, they get more experience, better loot, and even at some point, the names that are the bosses that are spawn at those camps will be empowered versions of themselves with even better loot. So that's like the general overview of everything. Yeah, we playtest. Next playtest at the end of the month, May 28th to 31st. So I'd love to. We are always trying to. We haven't broke our servers yet, so we're trying to get enough people as we can to log in and try and break our servers and stress test and stuff. Whereas the Battle Pass and DLC skins, yeah. So our goal in the future is to be a box price with Indie and subscription, and have no shop if we can. There's always a chance that you know, we might need some sort of cosmetic purchase stuff, but the intention is to not. And so the thing I'm currently working on right now is different animations. And so I got all my warrior abilities done, but I'm trying to, because my rotation rune system is, it gets kind of complicated. If one button had the same animation every time, it would be it'd be harder to understand. So I'm trying to make sure every main ability has a different animation. And so I think right now I'm on I can probably start Enrage, I think. Oh, I got AFK 1 second. Yeah, thank you so much for the raid. Really appreciate that. All right, I think I might go for Crippling Strike, I think. I think it's this one. Just needs a tiny modification to the area effect. It's also not set to use the crit up. Database. Warrior. Crippling Strike. You got any emotes yet? I'm trying to show people how I get. Yeah, I do actually. Oh, I gotta turn my chat thing back on. Hold on. Widget. Root. Is it? Come on. That's not the right thing. I think I just hit screenshot. Hold on. Or did I freeze? No. Why is this not working?
Holy mackerel.
All right. Let's do dance robot. How about we cheer? Dance YMCA. Dance Poppin'. Yo. Let's go. And you know, when you're at the tavern, dance. What's up? I know. Harry told me you walked. Are you alive? Yeah. Clap, wave, I think, as I stab myself in the face. Cheer. It could be from, it's a Mixamo animation. It's a known, you know, asset, developer asset, free developer asset. What else? Congrats? Do I have a congrats? No. I don't think I have celebrate. I forgot all my emails. Let me pull up. What else do I got? All right. I've got lol, laughing, bow, wave, charge, cringe, clap, cheer. It did show cheered, flex, got flex, victory, threat, spell it right, threat, rude, dance chicken, dance chicken. And then dance twist is the last one. Twist and shout. Thank you so much for the follow again, War. What all are you looking for with people to help your game? I know some peeps and shit. I could throw them. The best thing that can help us right now is just playtesters. I want Unreal Engine has I'm not sure if you're familiar with Unreal or not, but Unreal has blueprint code, which is like a visual code. And so my entire framework is blueprint code. And so we don't know where our limit is on our play. So how I've designed my tech on servers is very like old school EverQuest. So each zone is its own server. And so I never have to support, if I have like 1 million players, right? I never have to support like one server holding 1 million players. It's all those players are segmented into different zones. Each zone is its own server. And it might be that case where like classic WoW, they do layering. Plenty of some MMOs do layering, right? I think even RuneScape did layering where you might have one certain zone that has multiple versions of it live. And so, zone 1 of this, like the newbie yard might get filled up, and then you open another one, and that one gets filled up. Then the new players keep going to that one. And so we need to figure out, one of our key points is where our player limit is. I've been told it's around Fortnite sizes, around 100. I got 4 gigabytes of VRAM, and it's an 8-year-old crap top, so I'm also a good minimum requirement tester. Yeah. The game, our demo is only like 1.6 gigabytes. And so we've been pretty performant so far. And we haven't had a server crash in like a year. And even then it was like a random, I think, I forgot to build navigation or something. And, because my kids have old computers and they can run Tearyn just fine. And so and like this is a good month to test too, because I'm doing my big class revamp. And so we've kind of figured out our core game loop. And so I'm trying to double down on class designs and kind of let people kind of see where I'm going with the future of the ability rotation system and how different and interesting it can be. And so hopefully by the end of this month, we have 6 classes right now. We have Enchanter, Warrior, Rogue, Archer, Mage, and Cleric. So it's like kind of the core kind of MMO kit of things. And I'll show you the world. I didn't even get to show you the world yet. But in our previous tests, like I've hung out with some of my playtesters, and it took them anywhere between like 10 to like 20 hours. Like we played for 10 to 20 hours with our playtesters, and we weren't even like max level yet. We even have a raid boss as well. Here's like a little preview I'll show you. And no one's actually went and killed the raid boss yet. Sorry. So he's got a raid there, so it's another little dungeon or whatever. There's also a group-based boss. So this is the newbie yard. Sorry, my mouse is freaking out. And so this is kind of what it looks like here. And you start off here, this is like my very, again, so one thing just to note, art styles placeholder, use a lot of marketplace assets. So we're 1,000% focused on gameplay right now, figuring out our combat and systems. So you spawn here. This is like a prefab marketplace castle, but the idea is you start in a kind of cool, interesting dark cave, and there's like a really cool town, and you can eventually be able to explore. We have in a registry of chronicles, you can get experience through exploring. So people that want to like go look around the town and like read books and stuff and lore will be able to get a bunch of experience that way. And then you'll also be able to, right off the bat, you can kind of feel movement right away. And there's target dummies with like little NPCs shouting tooltips on combat tips. And so like right away you get into a little bit of the combat and combat feel of things. Then you come out here and you kind of see this again is another kind of like sort of like natural tutorial for exploration. And you see the big point of interest. Oh, here's the newbie yard, a bunch of animals to kind of kill and level up. And then you kind of go into doing camps. And so this is like what I mentioned before, goblin camp here, spider camp, and then bandit camp, undead camp over here, orc camp in the very back. There's a ghost camp. And in the centers, there's more animals to kill. And then you have like your crafting stations. This is just like a very basic crafting town with all the crafting stations here as well. But once you start doing art stuff, hit me up. I'm always down to do something. All right, well, interesting. Thank you. Yeah, I have like some of the pre-done. I have like some experiments I've done with, like again, very basic. Spending not even just a couple days on different outlooks, but the armor and stuff is pre-done assets, but we're trying to stylize, do like elevated low poly a little bit, and so we're kind of like getting some actual anatomy in our low poly lines. And we had like slightly cell shaded outline going on, that type of thing. So we're doing experiments, and then we want like simplified hands, thumb, index, hand flap, no toes, just feet and things. So this is like the direction, very rough direction we're kind of leading into. I forgot to show you the other place. I've never done 3D model stuff, but maybe one day. Yeah. This is our very long-term project, right? And so it's one of those things that, and it's also like a dual product, like we mentioned, vertical third. Unfortunately, like we built this massive, large tech thing for games, and just game technology takes a long time to adapt. So it's not like venture-backed or profitable in any way. So Ruins of Tearyn is another way for us to say, not only make a great game, but also, hey, our tech is also powering Ruins of Tearyn. So you might want to go buy it, type thing. And so what we learn from Ruins of Tearyn will help improve vertical third, just kind of like Fortnite on Unreal Engine does. As they make Fortnite, they learn a lot. They use it to improve Unreal Engine. So this is like the higher level area, like levels 10 to 14 or 15, as you might recognize the map a little bit more. And then like there's a boss. There's like a zone boss here, which is more meant for like a group. And then you would come down here, click into this door, and you would zone into the dungeon level. Kind of like Soul Frame Tech is helping Warframe. Exactly, yeah. But you click this door, and then you zone into the dungeon where that dragon boss is. And so the dragon boss is meant for like 20 to 30 people type thing. And you probably have to be between level 15 and 20 to even take them on. But yeah, the biggest way to help us right now is because if we prove that we can get like even 150 players in a single zone, would really raise eyebrows on a bunch of things for us. And so playtesters are our number wish listing, and playtesters are the number one for us right now. All right, where am I at now? I'm going to close my tabs out here. And I think I'm working on my snare stuff. So this is my single target snare. And then we need like different shouts for the area effects stuff. And so some of the warrior abilities here, he's got different debuffs. So right there, it was like a snare attack. But then the crit version of that is an area effect snare. And so that's kind of like the interesting ways that you can, we can play with the crit. So now the game doesn't just have crit damage. It has crit debuffs, crit dots, crit, all these things. And like I can even show you a little bit of the, I'll show you a little bit of the enchanter because I finished the enchanter. So like I mentioned, we want crowd control to be a really big thing. And enchanter is traditionally in EverQuest, like the main crowd controller. And so the part that I love right now is the enchanter doesn't have an auto attack. And so they rotate through their rotation runes differently. Some casters will have the ability to just sit down and they can rotate through spells. It lets them have player agency on choosing what to cast. And then also, if I cast a spell, it'll also increase, so it's more combo rotation type thing. And so you can see here I have a sword and shield pet. It's obviously going to do threat and stuff. But then right when I go to my crit, if I do a crit sword and shield, it's an empowered warrior now, and now it's a mace and shield. And he's obviously doing more damage and stuff like that. And then on R2, I can do a different pet. It's a axe pet, and he casts a interrupt every, like 6 seconds or something. He's got 2 interrupts per life. And then the same thing if I keep rotating through, and I get another crit. Now when I cast my R2 on my pet, it's instead of an axe, it's a mace. And the same thing for R3 is dual wielding. It's a dual wielder pet. The dual wielder pet synergizes. It's like meant to be the best damage because it can synergize with your enchant weapons, which allows you to like give them procs and stuff. Cast on the wrong target, but you get proc damage. So there you just proc some extra damage type thing. Then you also have like a mana regen buff is standard on Enchanter. And then you also have haste buffs. So it obviously works through your pet. And then you also have like enchant armor, which is like pre-casted buttons in a way. And so the first one here is what is that one? Mana. So I can cast that on my cleric, and if something ever aggroed them and they get hit, boom, they get like a little mana, almost like a mana pot type thing. And then the R1 is like a ruin, which is in EverQuest terms is reduced damage taken or a shield type thing. So for 3 hits, I take 50% less damage. And then my R2 on enchant armor is actually a mesmerize. So I could put that on the cleric, and if something came and whacked them, they would get mesmerized for a short. It's a shorter duration one. Hello, Zoomies. How are you? I just got raided today, so I was going through some of the stuff with Warframe and I think Chinny Kian. So going through the Enchanter and stuff. I'll let you guys see the I spent some time on the death animation too. The Enchanter also has like mesmerize, right? So this is the core crowd control mechanic, and so R1, 2, 3 are different durations of mes type thing. He's probably asleep, yeah. I figured. Oh, that's not waking them up for some reason. I have to check on that. It's supposed to wake them up. I'll use some cheats here. I got to respawn. And so if I die here, I'll show you my death animation. I want to have a really cool death experience. There it is. The dog is just a random enemy that I'm using for testing type thing. And he also has stuns and stuff. And like if I have a R1 stun, it does the longer duration. But crits will actually change how you cast spells. So like Mesmerize is usually another like single target spell. But now that I have an R3 and I cast my crit, and now I can actually place it wherever I want for an AoE. And so I can do an AoE kind of mesmerize and hit everything. And so some spells will be like a single target is the normal version, but the crit version will be an area effect type thing. And then enchanters also play a lot with threat. And so your Q R1 is, hey, I'm going to reduce the threat of myself to the target, and R2 is actually using both your targets. So you have an ally target, enemy target, and so now I can reduce, like say this is your healer, I can reduce my healer's threat to the enemy. And the last one's the opposite. I can actually increase the threat of my tank to the target. So I'll have just different ways to manipulate stuff. Okay, back to what I'm working on. So crit. Now I need to go to the animation and find what I'm going to use. So I need 3 kind of shouts for AoE stuff. Let's go to Greystone again. I think I last left off at recall. I could have used that for sure if I won. And do like a shockwave. So that's a win. So we're going to start it at 6.5. And now we're going to play with the timing a bunch. So slow to like 7.5. This again is going to be like 8.5. And this will like we can speed up this. So this is actually not even that long. 8. And now we speed this up like 1.5. Maybe a bit more. Want to see my R1 done? I just saw that. All right, we'll hold this for, I don't know, 8.5. Oop. And then 8.5, like 3. Okay. So it's around the 1.3 mark is. I don't want crippling shout on this one. I'm gonna do. I think I'm gonna do armor break for this one.
.2. Alright. So you got a crit. It's the shout version. That was a little anticlimactic. It looks terrible from behind. I'm not sure if I want to do some custom code to position the sword during the cast. Alright, maybe I just need to not make it so long. And then add a particle. We're going to do explosion. Is there like a ring? What was it? Duplicate. This guy is going to be not enchanter. It's going to be break armor crit. This needs to hit harder. And we can try doing a voice line. And then we should be able to find a spell effect for this one. Okay, impact maybe. That's not too bad for break armor. Duplicate, break armor, crit. .9, .1. And then what's .5 sound like? That's kind of cool.
And we could actually, to make this even better, could do a slight camera shake. Timing was off there. Do I have... Okay, I need to get this off. And then the, this is too loud. It's like .1. A little bit too low. Like .3. And some of these shouts are too loud. Like .2. Yeah, it sounds pretty cool so far. I just needed the timing. Is the timing hitting right? And the voice line can go a little bit. If I do 3.3, does it go bigger? It does. Okay. So let me get the spawner actions up. I need to do debug. Just make sure the hitbox and VFX are matching up. Okay, for one, this isn't going to work right until targeting is self, location is action owner current, And then, oh, targeting is not self. Targeting is direction. And then up here, we do not need an enemy target. That looked pretty close. Okay, the effect is a little bit small. No, oh damn it, I used the wrong thing. That's better. I could go a little bit lower. It's hard to judge. I guess we're in between values. 2.125. I think that's probably just fine. Yeah. Okay. That's looking dope. Now on the first one, we're going to do some better effects here. Alright, that's break armor I needed to do. Break armor is what now? Oh, I needed a whole new ability for break armor. But break armor AoE. You know what? I think I'm going to take a break. I need to eat, and I'll come back a little later. And I'll work offline while I eat and stuff, and then I'll turn my stream on. Go do dinner and check out some things for the kids. Thank you for watching. Again, if you're there, thank you for the raid. Really appreciate it. Would love if you guys come and do our playtest at the end of the month. I'll see you soon, and I'll be online hour or two, you know, something like that. Love you too, Warframe. Sleep tight. Take care.